are wearing sunglasses. It's about 72 degrees outside. It's later in the afternoon. It's sunny. Defendant's pupils are dilated. His eyes are red. They are glossy. Officer notices a distinctive metallic odor. The officer sees that Yox's nose is runny. Yox has very rigid movements. He has veins popping out of his arms and his forehead. He has body tremors. He's acting in an anxious, irritable manner. He's clenching and releasing his fists. He's breathing heavily. And though it's 72 degrees outside, he is sweating profusely. The sweat is pouring off of his forehead. At times, the defendant has to wipe it off. The sweat is coming through his t-shirt. The officer can see it. This is significant because Officer Sluga is trained and certified as a drug recognition expert. Officer recognizes that Jeremy Yox is under the influence of a stimulant that affects the central nervous system, is drugs of abuse. Officer Sluga conducts some divided attention tests on the defendant while the defendant is sitting in the car, just to see how he reacts and if he can state the alphabet from D to R accurately. He cannot. He is distracted. He is having a hard time concentrating on that. He has him do a finger test. The movements are distinctive and significant to the officer who has trained him to detect impairment. Sergeant Laturner has arrived by this point, and ultimately the defendant is asked to step out of the car. When he does that, he's patted down, and the officers find in his right pants pocket, the little coin pocket that's up there by the waistband, the little blue baggie. They pull that out. Both officers recognize that to be consistent with crack cocaine. It is suspected crack cocaine. A conversation ensues about what they found in his pocket. It's clear that the defendant recognizes that they know it's crack cocaine, it's cocaine. In fact, he even says, "Can't I just get a warning?" I say, "No, we don't do that for felony cocaine." That's right, it's a felony? That cocaine, that suspected cocaine, is taken to the Lake County Crime Lab. It is tested, and it is determined to be, in fact, cocaine, a Schedule II substance. Back at the station, there is further conversation and field sobriety tests. The field sobriety tests, the officer is watching Yox's movements, his focus, his ability to react to the outside stimuli, the world. They have a conversation about stimulants. And the defendant admits that he used a short while ago. We talk about the possibility of taking a chemical test. When asked, what specific drug did he use? Mr. Yox just said, "I'll just take the test." And he did. He went into the cell that was adjoining the booking room that has a window. He was observed. The only person in the room, a urine sample was produced. That urine sample was taken to the Lake County Crime Lab, and there was presumptive testing that it included stimulants. With that threshold test accomplished, the lab sent it off to the Miami Valley Crime Lab, where confirmatory tests could be conducted. The analysts there found an amount greater than the lab could quantify. over 2,000 nanograms per milliliter of urine of methamphetamine, amphetamine, benzoyl glutamine, a metabolite of stimulant, and cocaine.
Thank you, Mr. Fatica.
Good morning, Your Honor. We would ask that the court hold the state to its burden of proof. This was a pretextual stop at its inception. I don't believe that there was anything about Mr. Yax's driving behavior that caused this. Thank you.
Thank you. Call your first witness.
The state calls John Sluga.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat.
Morning.
Morning.
Would you tell everybody your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. John Sluga, S-L-U-G-A.
And where are you employed, sir?
Kirtland Police Department.
How long have you been with the Kirtland Police Department?
Since July of 2022.
And in what capacity do you serve at the Kirtland Police Department?
A patrolman.
Can you describe your background, your training that qualifies you for the position that you hold?
Sure. I started my career when I enlisted in the Coast Guard back in 2008, and I was assigned to the Coast Guard Police Department down in Baltimore. From there, I was recruited to the National Security Agency, the NSA, as a federal police officer. I went down to Glencoe, Georgia, and attended FLETC, graduated from FLETC.
What is FLETC?
Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. Once I moved back to Ohio to pursue my law enforcement career here, you had to attend the academy here. So I attended the Ohio State Highway Patrol Academy, graduated as a trooper.
And when did you graduate as a trooper?
2014. From there, went over to the Stark County Sheriff's Office in 2015, was a deputy sheriff. Then from there, came over to the Kirtland Police Department.
Have you received continuing training as a police officer?
I have.
And what sort of training have you received?
I've attended criminal patrol training, which is produced by the Ohio State Highway Patrol. I also attended A-RIDE. I actually attended that twice. A-RIDE is Advanced Roadside Impaired Driving Enforcement. I attended it at post-grad from the patrol back in 2014. Then I attended it again, I believe it was in 2021, just as an update to see what was new, because it's always changing. I have also attended ACIT, which is Advanced Cannabis Impairment Training, and then in October of last year is when I went to DRE school, which is Drug Recognition Expert.
And where did you go to DRE school? Who puts that program together?
I attended that at the Ohio State Highway Patrol. It's 2 weeks in Columbus, and then our field certs are in Jacksonville, Florida.
What does that mean, field service?
You go down to Florida, and it's kind of like a halfway house. Individuals voluntarily take drugs come in, and you have to perform evaluations on them. You have to perform a total of 12 evaluations, and your call has to be correct on the category of drug in which they are impaired on every time.
And as a result of this training, did you receive any certifications?
I became a certified drug recognition expert.
And just generally, when we're talking about drugs, are there different categories of drugs that you are trained to look for?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell us what those are?
CNS depressants,
What does that mean?
central nervous system depressant, central nervous system stimulant, hallucinogenics, dissociative anesthetics, narcotic analgesics, inhalants, cannabis.
Specific to CNS, that's central nervous system? Is that it?
Correct.
CNS stimulants, your background, your training, your certification tells you what sort of general observations, general clinical observations you can make as to whether or not someone is under the influence of a stimulant.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what sort of things you look for?
So in relation to a CNS stimulant, I expect to see no HGN, no VGN,
What does that mean?
horizontal gaze nystagmus and vertical gaze nystagmus. A CNS stimulant will not cause either.
And that is the pen test?
That's the pen test.
Typically sees in an OBI stop?
Yes.
Are there other significant demonstrations of general categories of people being under the influence of a stimulant?
Yes, their pupils we expect to be dilated, slow reaction to light in relation to their pupils. Their blood pressure is going to be up, their pulse rate is going to be up, body temperature is going to be up, their muscle tone is going to be rigid. General indicators that we expect to see, but there could also be other ones, include anxiety, body tremors, dry mouth, euphoria, excited, exaggerated reflexes, eyelid tremors, grinding teeth, hyperactivity, increased alertness, irritability, insomnia, restlessness, runny nose, and talkative.
We're going to go back to April 18th of this year. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And what was your assignment that day? if you recall?
I was on patrol that day,
And what was your shift?
7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And was there a time that you encountered a person we know as Jeremy Yox?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us around what time of day did you first encounter him in his vehicle?
I believe it was around 1600,
It's around 4 p.m.?
around 4 p.m., sorry.
That's all right. And what was the day like, do you recall?
It was a little windy, some clouds, sun. It was a nice day out.
And where specifically were you when you were first aware of Jeremy Yox?
I was sitting stationary in the 10,800 block of State Route 306.
Okay. And were you in your cruiser?
I was,
And were you in uniform?
yes.
And why were you there in particular?
I was there observing vehicles, particularly seeing if anybody turned into that known drug location that we were investigating.
And did you see any vehicle turn into that location?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw the defendant pass me heading northbound on State Route 306. I observed the equipment violation. He then turned into that shared driveway without activating his right turn signal. And then because of where the trailer is at behind that initial residence, you cannot see past that. But he did enter into the driveway.
Okay, you say you noticed an equipment violation. What specifically did you notice?
The driver's side rear bumper was flapping in the wind, appearing to be going in the motion of the rear tire.
And were you able to see once that car, this was a Lincoln Town car?
It was a Lincoln Town car.
When it turned into that driveway, were you able to see it go to a particular location at the end of the driveway?
No, because the driveway veers around to the rear of the residence, and no matter which end, you cannot view it.
And were you able to observe approximately how long that car was in the driveway or in that location?
No more than 5 minutes.
What happened after 5 minutes?
5 minutes came, the Lincoln Town car re-emerged and turned southbound onto State Route 306. The vehicle then passed my location. The driver would not look in my direction. At that time, I pulled out behind him. He began accelerating, and at 306 in Monterey, I activated my emergency lights
And why did you do that?
to conduct a traffic stop on the vehicle.
Did he pull over immediately?
He pulled over once we entered into Geauga County on the first street on the left, which was Shaw.
And did he turn, or did he stop on 306?
No, he turned on to Shaw.
And were you aware of whether or not there were any other people in that vehicle as you were pulling over?
There were no other people in that vehicle.
What did you notice as the vehicle was pulling over?
As the defendant pulled over onto Shaw, his right shoulder moved upward abruptly towards the roof of the vehicle. He appeared to either be removing something or concealing something underneath his seat or potentially in his pocket.
And you are alert to that sort of activity because of your training?
I am. I was unaware if he was, like I said, removing something. I didn't know if he had a weapon on him, so I immediately put my vehicle into park and I exited out of the driver's seat just because I didn't know what he was trying to do.
Did you call for backup?
My sergeant was already aware that I observed a vehicle pulling into that driveway, and he was at State Route 306 and US 6.
Okay. When you got out of your cruiser, what side of the town car did you approach?
I made a driver's side approach.
And what did you notice when you approached the driver?
I made contact with the defendant, began speaking with him, told him the reasons as to why I stopped him. I immediately noticed that his veins were pressed up against his skin. His movements inside the vehicle appeared to be rigid. He kept on clenching his fists. I noticed a metallic odor coming from inside the vehicle, which I have seen individuals have when they have consumed a CNS stimulant and their body starts to metabolize it. The defendant also had a runny nose, body tremors, and then at that time it was only 72 degrees out. I had 40 pounds of gear on, but the defendant, he had sweat dripping off of his face, and he had to continually wipe his face because of the sweat.
How was his breathing?
His breathing was heavy.
His eyes? How did his eyes appear?
I had on sunglasses. He was not wearing any sunglasses, but his eyes appear to be dilated more so than the average individual in that particular lighting condition.
And just so that we're clear, the person that you saw in the driver's seat on that day in Lake County, do you see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Would you point him out, please? What is he?
Pink shirt and tie.
If the record could show that he's identified the defendant.
Yes.
Did you form an impression initially relative to your drug recognition expertise?
I did. Based on the general indicators that I was observing the defendant exhibit, I began to form the opinion that he was under the influence of a CNS stimulant, possibly.
Did you conduct any examinations or any tests while he was sitting in the car?
I did. I conducted 3 divided attention tests.
And what are divided attention tests?
A person's cognitive ability to perform multiple physical tasks and stimuli simultaneously.
And is that an important skill to have when somebody's driving?
Yes.
Why?
You have to have divided attention when you're driving because you're operating the steering wheel, you're looking to see where you have to turn, you're observing other traffic, you have to maintain your lane of travel, operate a turn signal. There's multiple things divided attention has as you're driving.
Okay, tell us about the divided attention tests that you performed when you were sitting in the car.
The first divided attention test that I administered, it was the finger dexterity test.
And what is that?
I can demonstrate it for you. I asked the defendant to place his thumb and his index finger together like so, and then I told him to watch me first, and then I wanted him to perform the test. And the test would look like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And how did he do? Can you demonstrate how he did?
He was slamming his fingers together, which is not normal. It should just be a tap. So he was overly focused on trying to strike his thumb to each finger.
What about the counting?
The counting, he could not perform it to standard. He mentioned numbers twice, and then during the alphabet test,
Okay,
Oh,
well, I
sorry.
just mean when he was counting his fingers, did he do the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4, 3?
No, he did not. No, he did not. He just kept going 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then you conducted other tests there?
I did.
What other tests did you do?
After that, I asked him if he knew the English alphabet. Said he did. So I told him to place his 2 index fingers together like so, which divided attention. As he was looking down at his 2 index fingers, I asked him to recite the English alphabet starting on the letter D and stopping at the letter R. He began on the letter D, but went all the way to Z.
Did he acknowledge that he had not followed the instruction?
He did.
What other tests did you perform there?
The last one I did, I asked him to still stay in that position with his 2 index fingers touching in front of him, looking down at it, and to count backwards from 89 to 74.
And was he able to do that?
No.
Describe what his performance was on that, if you would.
He began counting backwards, and then he mentioned numbers twice. He mentioned 84, I believe, 4 times.
Did you have a conversation with him about what his day was like, what he was doing, why he was there?
I did. He advised that he was going to that location to speak to the individual who we know as Richard Thomas over there about a tree job.
So you managed to have a conversation back and forth with him
Yes,
right there? Was it for about how long did you do that, if you recall?
I don't recall a specific time.
Okay, was there a time then that you left the driver's side of the vehicle?
I did. I returned to my cruiser, confirmed his information, and was speaking with my sergeant, and then we reapproached the vehicle.
Now, you had cameras in your vehicle? In your
Yes.
car? You have a dash cam?
I have a dash cam.
And did your dash cam capture from the front of your cruiser what you just described, that interaction?
It did.
Okay. And then when you returned to your cruiser, did you retrieve any other equipment?
When I returned to my cruiser, I retrieved my body cam that I wear on my vest. I left it in the docking station due to the defendant's movement, and I was unsure if he was retrieving a weapon, and I immediately got out of the car and I left it in the docking station.
When you went back to the cruiser, you
Mhm.
put that on your uniform?
I did.
And then did you reapproach the car, the Lincoln Town car?
Yes, both of us reapproached.
You and your sergeant, what's his name?
Sergeant Laturner.
What happened when you and the sergeant went back to the car?
Went back to the car. I began speaking to the defendant further. He was still exhibiting those general indicators that I initially observed when I was up at the vehicle. At this point, the sweat started to begin to soak through his shirt, and you could see it on his chest and near his abdomen. The defendant became talkative at that point and began talking about stuff that wasn't even related to the stop. He mentioned an individual who was mad at him. I believe his name was Howard Bates, and I have no idea who that even is. And then I explained to him that I was concerned about the 3 tests that I administered inside the vehicle, and I wanted to conduct further testing to see if he was impaired. At that point, we had him exit the vehicle.
And when he exited the vehicle, he got out of the car, what happened?
When he got out of the car, I told him to walk over to my partner, which was Sergeant Laturner. The defendant then started to become irritable. His movements were rigid, and Sergeant Letourneau asked if he could pat him down. The defendant offered to empty out his pockets, and he rabbit-eared his left pocket, started to pull out stuff in his left pocket, and then began to pull away from Sergeant Letourneau, making us think that he had a weapon on him.
And what was your and your sergeant's reaction when you had that concern?
Based on his demeanor, we weren't sure if he was getting ready to fight, flee, so at that point he was detained.
And detained how? What do you mean?
Sergeant Letourneau placed him in handcuffs, detained him, and began to check him for weapons.
Okay, how did he check him for weapons?
He began to pat him down. It should be noted that some of the tree guys that we have come into contact with,
Objection. Overruled.
Okay.
some of the tree guys that we come into contact with, we have found razor blades on him. So he was checking his pocket that he had rabbit-eared on his own.
Rabbit-eared, what does that mean?
Pulled out, it was inside out, so it was like sticking out. And then, as Sergeant Letourneau was checking his right side, he lifted up his shirt, and in the right coin pocket, we could see a blue plastic baggie, which we knew was a drug baggie.
Did that baggie come out of his pocket?
The baggie came out of his pocket. He was looking down at it, would not answer. Opened up the.
Did
Sorry.
you ask questions?
We asked him what it was. He just kept staring at it. And then, once the baggie was retrieved, I immediately recognized it as crack cocaine.
What do you do when you have that crack cocaine there at the scene? What do you do with it?
I immediately put gloves on first, and then I retrieved a big plastic baggie and secured it in the plastic baggie, or Ziploc bag.
And when you say you secure it, so you know nothing's coming out of it,
Correct.
and you put it somewhere, where do you put it?
I always put it on the passenger side floorboard in the front of where I sit in the cruiser.
Did it remain there?
It did.
At what point did it leave your car?
It left my car after he was placed under arrest and taken back to the station, and then I removed it and brought it into our evidence room.
Okay. Let's talk about your evidence room. You took it from your car,
Mhm.
and you took it to an evidence room. Who has access to that evidence room?
Only the police officers. It's behind a secure door.
And when you take something into that room, what do you do with it?
We take it in, we lay out a sheet of paper, we write down the date, the case number, photograph it, then we put it back into a plastic baggie with a evidence label on it, tape it, seal it, enter it into the report, into the property section, and then we can secure it in our evidence locker.
And the evidence locker itself, how is that secured?
Once the evidence is placed in and the locker door is shut, it cannot be reopened unless it's behind the evidence door Div has access to.
Who else has access to that?
The only person that has access to that is our chief,
Chief and the detective?
chief and detective.
Okay. Do you fill out paperwork or anything to indicate that evidence is there and something needs to be done with it?
Yes, we fill out we call it a lab submission form. I write down the description of the evidence number, and then that lab submission form says that is to be sent to the Lake County Crime Lab for testing.
Do you know if that was accomplished with this particular cocaine that you recovered, or suspected cocaine that you recovered?
It was.
If I may approach, Your Honor. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
I do.
I'm also going to do State's Exhibit 1A.
Okay.
With respect to State's Exhibit 1, what do you recognize that to be?
This is the crack cocaine that was observed in that blue plastic baggie that was retrieved out of his pocket.
And how is it that you recognize it to be that?
I can see it inside the evidence.
Does it contain any of your markings?
It does. My evidence label is right there.
And there are also evidence labels that indicate that it went to the lab?
Yes, those are on the rear of the package.
I'm going to have you just open State's Exhibit 1A, please.
Did you want me to pull it out? One broke.
Oh, the 1A, not the cocaine itself, but what's in 1A.
Sorry.
That's all right.
There is an incision on it, just so you know.
Okay. And what is that?
This is the blue plastic baggie in which it was wrapped in, and then the other two, the cocaine was wrapped in these other two pieces of paper inside the blue plastic baggie.
You can put that back in the envelope. Did you request testing to be done on the packaging in addition to testing being done on the cocaine itself?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that request?
Any other residue, drug residue, on the packaging.
Were we interested in DNA or identifying anyone who may have touched that?
We tried to obtain a DNA profile on Richard Thomas to see if his DNA was anywhere on it. However, there was too many samples for them to give us an answer.
So, with looking at State's Exhibit 1 and 1A, is that in the same condition as when you retrieved it from the defendant's pocket?
Other than being separated, yeah.
And obviously having been to the lab?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to the scene after that was removed from the defendant's pocket, what did you do with him?
I'm sorry, could you say
What
that
did
again?
you do? What did you do after that was taken from his pocket? Where did
After that was taken from his pocket, he was, at that point, officially placed under arrest. Due to his demeanor, I did not conduct the field sobriety roadside, not only for our safety, but for his safety.
Why is that?
Based on his irritability and us being not aware if he was gonna run, fight, it would have been easier to do it back on station in a secured location.
And so what car did you put him in?
He was secured in my cruiser.
Did you have any ongoing conversation about what was going on there?
I did. I began to speak to him. You know, I was concerned if he had an ongoing problem, if he was trying to get help for the drugs that he was on. At that point, I don't know if he realized that he didn't realize that he was going to be going to jail for it, and asked if he could have a warning because of the felony charge. He made mention that he spent $50 on what would be the crack rock, and that it was going to ruin his life.
From your conversation with him, did he seem to acknowledge that this is a drug that he had?
Yes.
And then where did you take the defendant?
I'm sorry.
Where did you take the defendant? Where did you-
Then, at that time, the defendant was taken back to the Kirtland Police Department into our booking area.
And what happened in the booking area?
In the booking area, he was searched again, down by his shoes. I had him remove his shoes and take his socks off, make sure that there was nothing hidden in there. And from there, I administered full SFSTs.
Okay. Field sobriety?
Field
test?
sobriety, standardized field sobriety test, yes.
Okay. And what did you first conduct? What test did you first conduct?
Prior to conducting any test, I asked him if he had any medical conditions with his eyes, head, feet, knees, lower back, anything that would prohibit him from walking, standing. No. Prior to beginning HDN, I conducted a medical impairment assessment, confirmed that he had equal pupil size, equal tracking, and no resting nystagmus. And then from there, I went into HDN, which is horizontal gaze nystagmus.
And that is something that you look for impairment, and what specifically is that?
We look for HDN to see if the subject is exhibiting HDN. However, only 3 categories will cause HDN.
And what are those categories?
CNS depressants, dissociative anesthetics, and inhalants.
What about stimulants?
Stimulants will not exhibit, someone under the influence of a stimulant, they will not have HDN nor VGN.
Okay. Did you see HGN in him?
No.
What about VGN? What is that?
That is vertical gaze nystagmus. However, he did not exhibit that either.
And what other testing did you do?
From there, I moved on to lack of convergence. The defendant, lack of convergence was present in the defendant.
Okay, what does that mean, lack of convergence?
When we bring the stimulus in towards the bridge of their nose, their eyes should converge in. However, if it kicks back out, if it stops, if both eyes start to converge and stop, lack of convergence is present.
What did you observe with Mr. Youngs?
Lack of convergence was present
Okay.
in his eyes.
And what did that tell you, if anything, regarding your suspicion that he was under the influence of stimulants?
CNS stimulants will not cause lack of convergence. Lack of convergence is only present in CNS depressants, dissociative anesthetics, inhalants, and cannabis. However, cannabis will not exhibit HDN or VGN, only lack of convergence.
So with that finding, you say, hey, maybe he's not on stimulants.
No,
Why?
just because we have how I was taught, or how DREs are taught, just because you have one thing that you observe, it's the totality of the circumstances. So you can document what you see, but it doesn't mean that that's going to change everything else that you're seeing.
And then what other tests did you perform?
From there, I went into the walk and turn test.
And what are you looking for there?
That's a divided attention test, seeing if the individual can remember to count, how many steps, can they keep balance during the test.
And did he have difficulty doing that?
He did.
And that indicated to you that his divided attention was impaired? Or
Yes.
it was not?
There was a clear lack of divided attention.
That's great, thank you. What other tests did you do?
From there, I went into the one-leg stand test. The defendant began the test, then just said, I can't do this.
Did you note anything else about his movements as this was all happening?
They were rigid. His movements were still rigid.
Any other tests that you did?
From there, since I'm a DRE, I conducted the modified Romberg balance test. During that test, the defendant had a slight lean forward, which is not normal. He had a approximate 1-inch sway that was side to side, which then it turned into a back and forth sway. As his fingers were down at his side, they were extended like this, rigid, which isn't normal.
Did you notice any tremors?
He had noticeable eyelid tremors and body tremors.
Did you have any conversation there about his use of stimulants while he was at the station?
I did, and
Tell us about that.
okay, I told him that I knew he was under the influence of a CNS stimulant. I offered the defendant to be given a DRE evaluation, which that is the most in-depth that I can get, where I would be obtaining his actual blood pressure, pupil size, pulse rate, along with conducting all the other tests in the standard SFST battery. Also in that evaluation, I'd be getting his pupil size in 3 different lighting conditions, but he declined to do the DRE evaluation. We spoke to him about the consequences of submitting to the test or not submitting to the test, which is on the back of the 2255.
The test meaning the chemical?
The chemical test, yes,
Okay.
which is on the back of the BMV 2255. We sat there a short while discussing it, and then eventually he said, I'll just submit to the test.
Did he ever acknowledge to you in the station there that he had consumed a stimulant?
He did. He said that he used a short while ago.
Was he ever more specific about that?
No.
Okay. Did you ask him what specifically he used?
I did, but he wouldn't tell me.
And then he agreed to the chemical test?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us how that was accomplished.
I unsealed the urine box. On the label that goes over the urine cup, I wrote down his name.
This is a standard package that is sterile and used for this purpose?
Yes, we get it from the Lake County Crime Lab.
Okay.
I had medical gloves on. I gave him the urine cup and sent him into cell 90, which is the first cell. There was a big window there at the cell. He was the only person inside that room. He deposited the urine into the cup, which we observed. He handed the cup back over to me, which I sealed, and then placed the identifying label over the top on both sides.
And then what did you do with that sample?
That sample was then secured inside the urine container, and then that was also taken into our evidence room, where the evidence label was placed on it, the box was taped, and then it was secured in our evidence refrigerator.
And it remained refrigerated?
Until it was taken to the crime lab, yes.
Did you direct that it be sent to the crime lab?
For testing, yes.
And are you aware if that was accomplished?
It was.
You had, we said earlier that you had a dash cam in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately you had a body cam on you after you had done the first interaction with the defendant at the car?
Yes.
You then put the body camera on. Was your body camera on throughout the whole process at the station?
Until I exited the booking facility and moved my car out of the Sally Port, that is where I turned it off because it did not need to be activated.
When I approach Your Honor, State's Exhibit number 2, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
The video we viewed yesterday, my initials and date are on it.
And it's a video of what? Is that the dash cam?
This is the dash cam, yes.
please switch over? Thank you. Can you just describe for our orientation what's happening right as we open here?
That's the dash cam from my cruiser. The vehicle directly in front of me is the defendant's Lincoln Town Car.
Has it already been in the driveway and exited the driveway?
Yes, this is moments before I activate my emergency lights, which is about right now. And then the defendant is going to be pulling over onto Shaw.
Doesn't need to be that loud. It's windy?
Yes.
What do you notice there?
The right rear corner panel is missing, and then you can see the other flap down there, kind of directly center at the bottom there, almost broken off.
Was there an issue with the registration as well?
It was like scratched.
What was scratched? The-
Oh, I'm sorry,
The registration, I'm sorry, I wouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was missing.
The sticker?
Yes.
Were you able to see movement in the car at this point?
So as the vehicle was turning onto Shaw, that is when his right shoulder was going up towards the roof of the vehicle, and you can, it's very quick. The dash cam doesn't catch all of it, but it catches part of it.
And is that you?
Yes.
During this time, you don't have a microphone on you.
No.
Does this accurately capture the amount of time that you had in conversation with him there initially when you moved to the car?
Yes.
And who is that walking into the,
Sergeant LaTurner.
did he have a body camera on?
He did.
And did you have an opportunity to review that?
I did.
And specifically this segment of it? What did you note about that?
The defendant had the passenger side window up, and there was a heavy glare because of the sun, and then the wind, you cannot hear the entire conversation.
for the sake of. There is conversation back and forth during this whole time.
Yes,
So you are able to observe both what you're hearing, what you're seeing, and relative to your training.
yes.
So I'm trying to get him because he's sped up. I think he's real nervous. I think he got something in that car.
Yeah.
And does that video, which is State's Exhibit 2, fairly and accurately reflected what your dash cam captured on that day in April?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2A. What is that?
This is my individual body cam
From that day?
from that day.
How do you know it to be you?
We watched it yesterday. My initials and date are on it.
And does it fairly and accurately capture, aside from some muting edits, what took
It,
place on
other than the edits and the muting, yes.
We just watched this yesterday, yeah? Thanks. Okay, it's on now, thank you.
And he said, oh yeah, I was just going over to my buddy's house. We were talking about a tree job. He was literally there 5 minutes when I messaged you.
Yeah. Just grill him a little bit. Be like, hey man, is there anything in this car that I need to know about? If I could get a K9 out here and they come around this car, they get a sniff here, they
In-state drug offense. Yeah.
just grill.
I will. All right, Jeremy. I know you said you're nervous, man. Why?
Because it's just been so expensive today. I got pulled over. I got DOT.
Okay.
My tires were kind of right in within, spec.
Yep.
I gotta turn in the stuff to arms because I'm a verbal for arms. Howard's already mad at me.
Who's mad at you?
Howard Bates.
Howard Bates, okay. Why?
Arms.
Okay.
I'm always like running stuff to the bare minimum. My mom just died.
Okay.
That's really stressing me out.
All right. I mean, you're sweating all over the place, dude.
I'm super, super hot.
Okay.
Super tired.
All right.
Super stressed out. My daughter.
Jeremy, do you have anything in the car
I do not.
I need to know about?
No.
Okay. If I get a canine out here, are they gonna alert to anything? Nothing? Okay. Would you let us check the car? Okay. All right, I'm gonna put you through a couple more tests, just because the divine attention test I put you through, you gave me some indicators that I want to investigate a little bit farther, okay? You didn't stop during the alphabet where I told you to stop, you went all the way. Then the numbers, you were really messing them up, all right? Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay. But just be honest with me, Jeremy, because you're starting to shift around in your seat.
My life's going to shit. My mom just died. My dad's on my ass. My mother's just died.
Okay. Well, make this easier on yourself. Is there anything you want to tell us about? Because I think there is.
Just having a really, really bad week.
Just having a really bad week?
Yeah.
That's it?
I'm emotionally broken.
Okay.
I lost my best friend, my mom. I just had to bury her. We buried her 2 months ago.
Okay. Go ahead and hop on out there for me, Jeremy. All right. You got nothing on you? Come on back over here, buddy.
Take it back to the car.
Back over here. Yo.
Do you have any guys gonna poke you, stick me? Hurt me?
I don't, but
Do you have a problem?
What's the
I'm just
matter?
gonna pat you.
Oh, stay out of your pockets.
Is there any weapons on you that's gonna hurt us?
there's not.
Don't put your hands in your
Can I empty my pockets for you?
Yeah, come on up here.
Here, look. I got some $2 bills I got for my daughter.
Well, you're gonna lose all your money,
Okay,
man.
don't lose your money. I don't want this to blow away.
In this hand, pocket. Got nothing.
Do you have a problem, my check? Okay, easy.
Jeremy,
Relax.
relax.
Put your hands right back.
Do you have a problem if he checked? Because you're getting
Yeah,
real fidgety, man.
How about
Stop. Stop.
Relax. Put your hands right back. You're making us real nervous.
Yeah.
And you're making me think that you got something on
Yeah, you got something on you that might hurt us, man. What do you got on you?
nothing on me that's gonna hurt you?
Okay, then what's on you?
Nothing.
Right now you're being...
I don't want your money to blow away, Jeremy, okay?
Switch people. What's this, your knee?
My knee.
What do you got on you?
I don't have anything.
Why are you getting so nervous?
Because you started to pull away as soon as he was checking
You're
you.
making me nervous, so you got something on you.
So what do you have?
Is there anything that's gonna hurt you?
I don't know.
Do you have anything in your pockets over here? On the side?
No.
You think?
No, I don't.
We're just asking for our safety, is all we're trying
Yep.
to do. What's in your pocket? Right here.
You don't know what that is? Come on, Jeremy. What is that?
What do we got?
Just tell us what drugs it is. Just tell us what it is. We already know. I'm gonna get it. Hold on.
Go ahead. Eagle with your King Kong King 3.
Nice, and the radio, the RO is in custody.
Sarge. Crack.
Your main question, Ford Barreler will be appointed to represent you for any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to waive these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand your rights?
How can I be arrested?
You got possession
You're in
of.
possession of suspected crack cocaine.
I know what that is just by looking at it, man. Up at the car, you're sweating.
Yeah, 'cause I'm nervous 'cause I
Okay,
knew I had that
you're
on.
amped up. You're rigid. I already suspected you of being under the influence of a stimulant. Okay, so when was the last time you used?
I didn't use. I'm sweating because I'm nervous because I'm gonna lose my job.
Well, what are you doing this stuff for, man? What are you? I'm honestly asking. Do you have a problem? Are you trying to get help, or are you just using to cope with what's going on?
My mom just died.
Okay. I am sorry for that. I am.
I'm having a very, very hard time dealing with that.
Okay.
It's just my mortgage is behind.
Okay.
I gave my mom a loan.
Well, let me ask you this. Your mortgage is behind. How much are you paying for this?
I gave $50 for that.
And how often are you buying it?
It's the first time I bought it.
Okay, by looking at you in your reaction, this is not the first time you bought it. This is not the first time you have dabbled in stimulants.
I haven't messed with that. It's been at least 15 years.
Okay.
So I'm having a hard time dealing with the stuff that's going on in my life. My
Okay.
daughter's 10.
Okay.
She's crying like that. She just lost her grandmother every night.
She doesn't need her dad going to jail because of this.
Jeremy, I think you're gonna need a minute to just collect your thoughts. If you think that I'm gonna sit here and think that you haven't used crack cocaine in 15 years, I'm not that fucking stupid. And neither is this
We
officer.
were born at night, but it wasn't last night.
Have a couple minutes,
Okay?
chill out.
Hey. Let's check that car. I mean, it's a nice buy. That is for sure. Now we have it coming from the house.
At this point, you searched the car, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to forward it through that process back to interaction with the defendant.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah. He's sweating pretty bad. I saw the rock. I didn't pull the rest of it out, so we can actually pull it.
I'm trying to get it back to where you.
You can make some rights.
What do you mean make some rights?
Well, if you work with drug and narcotics, dealer is
You continue to talk with him a little bit while he's through there.
Yes.
I would say so.
the way he was pulling away from me. I'm like, it's on him. I forgot.
Saw the finger next there, and it was
Yeah, he was.
It was like this. It was like almost rolling his back.
It's not like it's a minor misdemeanor traffic violation. I can give you a warning for it. Hey, be more careful next time. It's a felony drug because I can't. There's nothing I can do.
Had he just asked you for a warning?
It was prior to that, but then he was talking about it again.
He's still trying to get a warning. That's a no. I give him credit for asking. I've never heard of that. I give him credit.
Says no.
Oh, hey. The driver's not here to argue with us this time.
No.
Like in Regency.
Yeah.
So your body camera captures this whole process of going through, getting the tow, getting that accomplished, and then driving back to the station,
Yes.
correct? And then you're at the station, and it also captures what you just described as far as your conversation with him, the field sobriety tests that you put the defendant through,
Yes.
and ultimately the chemical test, the urine submission, and your getting that box out, providing it to him, and then labeling it up,
Yes.
correct? And this fairly and accurately depicts what happened that day.
Yes.
I'm not going to play the rest of it. As a drug recognition expert, do you recognize stimulants to be dangerous drugs, to be drugs of abuse?
Yes.
And that they influence a person's ability to drive?
Yes.
How so?
CNS stimulants, they're central nervous stimulants, so it affects the central nervous system of the body. The central nervous system controls the body's functions and physiological process.
Objection.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
It controls the body's functions and the physiological process. So heartbeat, pupil dilation, finger movement, brain function, coordination. Someone under the influence of a CNS stimulants are going to have an elevated effect. We refer to CNS stimulants as sympathomimetic drugs, which affect the sympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system is the body's fight or flight response. So that's where you're going to have your elevated heart rate, dilation of the pupils, airways, blood flow is going to be moved from the muscles, blood flow is going to be moved to the muscles and the brain from other non-essential functions of the body. Someone under a CNS stimulant, you're going to see impaired coordination, reaction times, and an elevated alertness. But the elevated alertness is not in a good way. CNS stimulant users are going to have an increase in risk-taking behavior, which can then lead to a more dangerous driving behavior. If someone's pupils are dilated, more light is going to be taken in, which in turn is going to make objects appear to be coming faster and closer than what they actually are. So if you think a street is closer than what it actually is, because your pupils are dilated, but it's actually farther out.
Thank you, I have no more questions.
All right, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. All rise. Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Sluga.
Morning, sir.
On direct, you indicated that you participated in a drug recognition expert program.
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
That was in October of 2024.
Okay. And this case happened when? All
This would have been April of 2025.
right. And have you ever testified as a drug recognition expert in any court?
I've testified on my cases at suppression. This would be the first one to trial.
Okay. Listen carefully. Have you, let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
Have you ever been declared to be an expert pursuant to Evidence Rule 702 by any court?
No, sir.
And in your drug recognition expert class, did they talk about having as much evidence gathered as possible? In the course of your interaction with suspects?
They taught us that when you come into contact with a driver and you put them through divided attention tests, if you are getting indicators that they are,
That's not the question. I don't want to be rude, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, did they talk about gathering as much evidence as possible? Yes or no?
I'm not sure in which way you're
Well-
referring to.
You indicated that you, initially when you approached Mr. Yax, you didn't have your body cam on.
Correct.
Your testimony was you were in a hurry because there was this supposed motion in the car, right?
So I hurry up and got out of the driver's seat, correct?
Gun wasn't drawn.
No,
Okay. You approached the driver's side as opposed to the passenger side.
correct, because it was in the daylight. He would see me going to the passenger side anyways.
Right. But again, it's a further indication that you didn't consider yourself in imminent danger.
No, that's just my personal preference that I make a driver's side approach.
Okay. And would you agree it was an oversight not to wear your body cam?
I'll agree with that, but it was because of the circumstances and I quickly got out of the car.
All right. You talked about, on a number of occasions, Mr. Yax being rigid, sweating, exhibiting other, what you described as suspicious activity, or what you kind of indicated was suspicious activity. But you had no prior contact with Mr. Yax, had you?
I've never met Mr. Yax until that day.
Okay. So there's no baseline. So in other words, he could be an anxious guy. You would have known that when you pulled him over in April.
Did you say I would have known that?
You wouldn't have known.
No, I would not have known that.
And he could generally sweat a lot. You would have known that either.
I would not have.
And you talked about some of these divided attention tests. At some level, though, these have little to do with driving. From the perspective of, for instance, you don't need to count backwards when you're driving or put your fingers together and do something else when you're driving.
No, they're specifically for gauging someone's divided attention.
And you talked about a suspect on stimulants that's activated their fight or flight, but there was no fight or flight that you observed with Mr. Yax, isn't that correct?
Other than when he was starting to become irritable outside the vehicle and was pulling away from Sergeant Laturner at that point. But in terms of the fight or flight, referring to elevated heart rate, dilation of the pupils, redirection of the blood flow to the muscles in the brain.
Well, you didn't do any of those.
I did
You don't
not
have
do
knowledge
any,
of that as to Mr. Yax.
I did not do an evaluation on him,
Right.
no.
So let's set that aside.
Okay.
You turned on your overhead lights, he pulled over.
I activated my emergency lights near 306 in Monterey. He continued to drive and then pulled into Geauga County on Shaw on the left-hand side.
Right, and you wanted to get off 306. Nothing.
I don't know if he did or
unusual
not.
about
I don't know if he did or not.
Well, you watched him, didn't you?
I did.
You were on 306,
I was.
and he turned off at 306.
He did.
Right?
He did.
He was going at posted speed limit, maintaining his lane,
He maintained his lane, yes.
and the only, call it driving activity, that you're alleging that he didn't do was turn on his blinker before he went into this residence.
Yes,
Before
sir.
he went into this driveway.
Yes, sir.
But other than that, his driving, he wasn't cited for any moving violations.
He was not. From where I was sitting to the Geauga County line is a very short distance.
Right, because he was pulling over right away.
I was
So he
referring
wasn't
to.
fleeing.
I was referring to where I was sitting stationary.
All right. And even when you're saying he pulled away, he didn't run.
No, he did not.
He didn't take a swing at you or Sergeant LaTurner, right?
No.
And there was when he's put in the cruiser, I believe it's Sergeant LaTurner's reading him his Miranda rights. Do you recall seeing that?
I remember hearing it, yes.
Okay. And that's the first time either you or Sergeant LaTurner discussed Miranda with Mr. Yax.
Yes, that was when he was given his Miranda rights.
Now, on direct, you mentioned on the HGN that there was a lack of conveyance.
No, sir, lack of convergence.
I'm sorry, can't read my own writing, lack of convergence.
It's okay.
And you indicated that's not caused by stimulus.
No, lack of convergence should not be present under a CNS stimulant.
Okay. And I understand you're looking at the totality of the circumstances,
Yes.
but even with that lack of convergence, you were still locked on to stimulant.
It's the totality of the circumstances. Some individuals, they just can't converge their eyes.
Okay,
So
but then we go back to, you don't know if Mr. Yax is one of those individuals or not, because you didn't meet him before that day, right?
Correct.
Okay, then let me just ask one more question about the fight or flight. Is it fair to say that based on the fact that Mr. Yax pulled over, got out of the car when you asked him to, had one minor pulled away for a second, got in the cruiser when he was escorted there, voluntarily submitted a urine test, based on all those things, wouldn't you agree that Mr. Yax was cooperative throughout this process?
I'll agree with that, yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
State calls William Kubek.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you tell everyone your full name, please, spell your last name for the records?
It's William Kubek, and it's Koubek.
And where are you employed?
At the Lake County Crime Laboratory.
In what capacity?
I am the Assistant Laboratory Director as well as the Supervisor of Chemistry and Toxicology.
Can you briefly describe your background and training that qualifies you for the position that you hold?
Yes, I completed a year-long training, in-house training at the laboratory to become an analyst. That concluded with competency testing that you had to pass in order to complete the training. I also went to a week-long training seminar at the Drug Enforcement Administration's laboratory in Dulles, Virginia. My educational background is that I have two bachelor's degrees from Tiffin University. The first is a Bachelor's of Arts in General Science that's focused in chemistry, as well as a Bachelor's of Criminal Justice in Forensic Science. And I also have a master's degree from the University of Florida, where I obtained a Master's of Science in Pharmacy, where I majored in pharmaceutical sciences that was with a concentration in forensic science.
And the Lake County Crime Lab, that is an accredited lab?
Correct.
And who accredits the lab?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And specific divisions of the laboratory, are they also accredited?
Yes, the laboratory as a whole is accredited, with each discipline accredited.
And the discipline that you are most involved in, or that we're talking about here today, is your ability to test suspected drugs, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive evidence in connection with this case?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe the lab's procedure for the submission of evidence?
Yes, when an agency has a case that includes evidence for testing, they will bring out that evidence along with an evidence submission form. They will then hand both of those items over to our evidence custodians, who will look over the evidence to ensure that it is properly sealed. If it is properly sealed, they will accept in that evidence and begin the process of creating an electronic case file using that evidence submission form. They will take all the pertinent information off of that form and put it into the electronic case file into our laboratory information management system. And by doing that, it will then create unique individual barcodes for each piece of items, or each item in that case. The evidence custodians will then take those unique identifiers and place them on the pieces of evidence. They will then create a physical case folder that will be given to the section or sections that testing is requested for. And that just notifies the members of those sections that a case was created and that testing is requested of them. And then finally, the evidence custodians will take that evidence, transfer it from their possession into a bin, or the appropriate bin, in our locked evidence cage.
Okay, and was that procedure followed with respect to this particular case?
Yes.
And the evidence is kept in a secure environment prior to your taking it out and testing it? Is that right?
Yes, correct.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item number 1 associated with laboratory case number 25-0404. And I recognize this due to my initials on the packaging as well as my initials on the seal at the bottom.
Did you test that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What sort of testing did you submit it to?
When we have pieces of evidence, the first thing that I will do is remove the evidence from any packaging that it's associated with to get a net weight of the item. Then I will, if it's a solid dose piece of evidence, such as this, which is just a powder or a solid substance, I will perform IR testing.
What is that?
Yes. So we use an instrument known as an FTIR, or Fourier Transform Infrared Spectroscopy. This instrument utilizes IR radiation to create vibrations in molecules, which allows us to identify the substance. So I will subject it to that testing first. But then, once I get a result from that test, I will also perform GC-MS testing, which stands for gas chromatography mass spectrometry. This dual set of testing, both a GC portion and a mass spectrometry portion. Basically, the GC portion separates out components of a mixture, and then the mass spectrometer enables us to identify those components of a mixture.
And were you able to identify the mixture that was contained in State's Exhibit 1?
Yes,
And what is it?
it was cocaine.
And is cocaine a Schedule II substance?
Yes.
And how much did it weigh, if you remember?
I do not remember the exact weight off the top of my head. Yeah.
The procedure, after you go through this examination of the evidence, do you report it out?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
I will generate a report in our LIMS system that is electronic, and then once the case is created and everything has been reviewed, a copy will be disseminated to the proper parties.
I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 1B. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a copy of my report that I generated for this case file, or for this case.
And does it report out your findings that this is cocaine?
Yes,
And does it indicate a weight?
it does.
What is the weight?
The weight was 1.54 grams.
I have no more questions, thank you.
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the cocaine, did you test it yourself?
Yes,
You took it throughout every step of the process?
yes.
You indicated it was 1.54 grams. What's the possible deviation?
Yeah, our measurement uncertainty would be 0.05 grams. So it could go 0.05 grams less or more than that value.
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
Okay, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
The state is ready for Brian Simons, who we will present from a remote location.
With regard to the previous testimony of Tyler Meter, you're not going to play that again?
I am just going to move to incorporate that. I think
Okay.
the court was present when it happened, and
Tika?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. You said Brian's, is it Simon?
Simons.
Simons, okay. Do I need to hit join on this, because it's showing up on my screen?
No, you should be good. Counselor, he's accepted. He hasn't joined yet. Give the contact number.
Is that echo gonna go away?
Hello? We're ready to go. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Simons, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me turn this down. I'll just try and talk to him here in a second, see how it works.
Yes, yes.
See if there's any echo.
You wanna get?
Carol, I'm gonna try that too. Hey, we got this, meeting up.
I think there's some feedback on my end, just to let you
Two,
know.
I think. Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks. Carolyn, mute your computer. Your dog.
Yeah, my audio has feedback and it's echoing.
That's my fault. I think, although it says. Maybe I should just go on. Does it? It's coming back through mine.
Still up. Patrick sounds good.
So we're also joining from this computer, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, do you want to make sure the sound is working on that guy before that?
I'm not hearing any echo on my end anymore. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Can you hear us? Okay.
All right, so it's like being in a room with two phones on the same person on the remote end. You'll get feedback, so that's exactly what you guys went into.
Okay, so when I want to share this document,
You're totally good to share now. We only did audio. Video is going to be perfectly fine.
that wasn't, I didn't understand what you meant.
So we only shut off audio, not video. So when you want to go share,
Okay.
you hit the share button. So yeah, you can hit those to make it bigger, or just that guy right there.
Okay, so just share button.
Yep.
and my- Thank you. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you for your patience. We're just waiting for the judge. You can hear me all right, Mr. Simons?
Yeah.
All rise.
Seated. Mr. Simons, will you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right? Ms. Mulligan?
Sir, would you, for the record, tell us your full name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Simons, S-I-M-O-N-S.
And where are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office and Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory located in Dayton, Ohio.
Okay. And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic toxicologist.
Can you briefly describe your background and training that qualifies you for the position that you hold?
Yes, I have a 4-year degree. It's a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Chemistry from Ohio University. Towards the end of my 4 years there, I did an internship with the Coroner Crime Lab and then was offered a position once I graduated. From that point, I participated in the in-house training, which took probably about 2 years to go through full training to become a forensic toxicologist there. In addition to that, I am a member of a number of organizations, and I routinely attend local, regional, and annual meetings to stay on top of the scientific field.
Okay. Do you hold any certifications in your field?
I do, yes.
Can you tell us what those are, please?
I currently have an Ohio Department of Health certificate to perform alcohol testing as well as drug testing. I also had a permit from ABFT, which is the American Board of Forensic Toxicology, as a diplomat in forensic toxicology.
And when did you receive that diplomat in forensic toxicology?
I believe it was in 2022 was when I received it, and all of those I hold currently.
Okay. And with respect to the Ohio Department of Health certification for drug testing, you have had that since when?
I received that after I went through my initial training. You typically start with a laboratory technician's permit, and then once you've qualified for so many years, you can then apply for a laboratory director's permit. So I have a laboratory director's permit for the testing of alcohol and drugs from Ohio Department of Health.
And you've had that for several years, yes?
Yes, I've maintained it since approximately 2006 or 7.
Thank you. Okay, can you tell us a little bit about the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory? Where is it?
The Coroner Crime Lab is located in Dayton, Ohio. We are a regional agency that provides forensic services for coroner's offices as well as for sheriff's offices and police agencies.
Okay. Is the laboratory itself accredited?
Yes, it is. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the American National Accreditation Board, and they are in conjunction with ABFT, the American Board of Forensic Toxicology, as part of our accreditation.
Okay. Did you receive evidence in connection with this case involving Jeremy Yox?
The laboratory did receive evidence, yes.
Okay. And how, can you describe how it came to you? How it came to the laboratory, if you know?
The evidence was received by mail. It was shipped from your location to our agency to where it was received, and the evidence was then opened, entered into our system, and put into our workflow.
Okay. And can you briefly describe that procedure at your laboratory of bringing in evidence and ensuring that it maintains its integrity?
Yes, so the evidence is received by mail. It is delivered by mail courier to our front office staff. At the point that it is received, it is given a unique barcode and case number, which allows us to track it internally the entire time that it is here at the Coroner Crime Lab. Once it's given that case number, it's placed into a refrigerator in our property room, which is a locked key card access only that analysts have access to, and it stays there in the refrigerator until it is retrieved by our toxicology technician. That individual then puts it into her possession, brings it up to the toxicology section on the second floor, and proceeds to open the evidence and document its contents with digital photography before entering it into our testing workflow.
Okay. And this particular piece of evidence, did it follow that same path of
Yes, it did.
when you received this, did you have an understanding that presumptive testing had already been accomplished?
Yes, our agency was notified of the presumptive testing from the Lake County Crime Lab.
And what do you do with that information, and how does that affect what you do with the evidence?
For these cases, since they did the presumptive screening, we receive a copy of their report and it goes into our case file. We then order our testing strategies based on their presumptive results. So whatever they found in their preliminary testing dictates what our testing is for confirmation analysis.
Okay. So with this particular sample, were you looking for stimulants?
We were, yes.
Okay. And can you describe, it was urine that you received, is that correct?
Correct. A urine sample was received in this case.
Okay. And what sort of testing did you do?
The analysis that was performed, the screening came back positive for a stimulant class of drugs, which could include amphetamine, methamphetamine, cocaine, and metabolites. And so we have a panel of confirmation testing that is specific and targets those drugs at approved levels and sensitivities to identify them in the sample if they are present.
Okay. And the equipment that you used to confirm this is different than the presumptive test that was described earlier?
Yes, we use a different piece of instrumentation than Lake County would use for their stuff.
Okay. And you are able to quantify results in this process?
Yes, we use a liquid chromatogram tandem mass spectrometer, or an LC-MS-MS. It is a commonly accepted and approved instrument in the field for this kind of analytical testing. We have a validated method that allows us to establish concentrations and then determine what was present in the sample if there is something present.
Okay. And did you find anything present in the sample that you tested here?
Yes, there were stimulant drugs found in the urine sample.
And can you tell us specifically what it was that you found?
I believe, without looking at the report directly, I believe it was amphetamine, methamphetamine, cocaine, and benzoyl-adenine, which is a metabolite of cocaine.
Okay. You report out your findings, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you do that, are they reviewed and distributed?
Yes, all of our data is, when I perform the extraction, I review that data and then it goes to a senior analyst for additional review. Once it's gone through that check, when we authorize the final report, we again do another full check of all of the data and information, so it essentially gets checked twice before it is authored and sent out.
I'm going to share with you I think. I am trying to share with you a document. Are you able to see it?
Yes, I am. It just popped up.
Okay. And it is marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
State's Exhibit 4 is a copy of a laboratory report generated by the crime lab that I work at. It is in regards to case, if you can scroll up a little bit more, it is for our laboratory case number 25-001997 with a individual identified as Yokama Jeremy, or Yoks, yes.
Okay. And is this a report? Is this a report of the findings from your analysis of the evidence that was submitted?
Yes, it is.
And what were your findings?
The findings in this after performing the stimulant analysis were that amphetamine, benzoylecgonine, which is a cocaine metabolite, cocaine, and methamphetamine were all found at concentrations greater than 2,000 nanograms per milliliter in the urine sample.
And these are all stimulants, correct?
They are drugs, yes, they are classified in the stimulant class of drugs.
Okay. And drugs of abuse?
Yes.
Okay. Metabolites, what does that mean?
So a metabolite is a compound that the body breaks a parent drug. A parent drug is what we consume or put into our body. When our body breaks it down so that it can ultimately, the goal is to eliminate it, it creates metabolites so that it can easier release it from the body over time.
Okay. And which of the stimulants that you found was a metabolite?
So benzoylecgonine is a metabolite of cocaine. Cocaine would be the parent drug. Benzoylecgonine would be its metabolite. Amphetamine and methamphetamine can both be parent drugs on their own. However, methamphetamine may also metabolize to amphetamine.
Okay. And your analysis shows it's the amount as greater than 2,000 nanograms per milliliter? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Can you say a specific number or just greater than 2,000?
So with our methodologies, we do extensive validation studies to make sure that our methods are robust and reproducible and represented within the scientific community. And part of that is establishing a lower and upper limit for what we can report for the drugs of interest. Within the stimulant test, our calibration range goes from 10 nanograms per mil up to 2,000 nanograms per mil. So anything that exceeds that curve will be reported as greater than, because we have not verified the method above that level.
And that's as high as you can test with your equipment? Is that right? Or verify with your equipment?
Yeah, if the value exceeds that, we will get a response, but the method is not approved for anything above that, so we would just report it as greater than 2,000.
Okay. Do tests always come out as higher than your cutoff limits?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do your tests often come out as higher than the cutoff limit?
It's possible. It just depends on the case and the amount of drug that's there. We tend to target a range that we see most drugs in and that is toxicologically significant. That's where our range is targeting. There are also per se statutes that are within that range, but we do want to limit how high we go. Some agencies may be able to test higher, some we chose to set it at this, and we feel that it's a representative of where we typically see concentrations in casework.
Okay. You said that there are per se limits. What does that mean?
In the state of Ohio, we have per se limits, which means that they are administratively set levels within the law that an individual can be charged if they are over that concentration.
What is the per se limit of methamphetamine, if you know?
Amphetamine and methamphetamine in urine both have a per se limit of 500 nanograms per mil.
What about cocaine?
Cocaine and cocaine metabolite are listed as a per se level of 150 nanograms per mil.
And each of these in this particular sample was well over that, correct?
All four analytes that were identified exceeded the per se level, correct?
And as a forensic toxicologist, are you qualified to describe the general effects of CNS stimulants on the population as a whole?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you tell us what these drugs do to the population as a whole?
Yeah, so stimulant drug, we typically refer to them as CNS stimulants. Stimulant is something that's going to heighten or increase, whereas a depressant would cause a sedation or relaxation. So some of the typical effects that we would see for the general population, again, I'm speaking in general terms because this is, I can't speak to a specific individual without all of the information I would have, but for the general population, we would expect things as like increased blood pressure, increased heart rate, body temperature, excitation. They can be easier to be agitated or become violent. At higher levels, we can see individuals have delusions and issues with hallucinations. There are times with at lower concentrations it can be used to affect attention and keep someone focused, but at the higher levels when we start to see issues with hallucinations or other impacts, it can affect divided attention. And so it also is one of those things that as a stimulant, the initial effect we're seeing is that stimulant effect, that increase in all of these things, the excitation, the body temperature, the blood pressure. And then over time, we see what is sometimes referred to as a crash. And that can be when someone's been up for a prolonged period of time and the drug is now kind of worn out and is out of their system, but it's actually manifested as a central nervous system depressant because they're so lethargic and tired from being overstimulated initially.
Okay. With respect to State's Exhibit 4, does that fairly and accurately document your findings in this particular case?
This report here, yes, this is a standard issue report for our agency.
Thank you. No more questions.
Ross? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Simons. Let's start with where you ended on direct. You talked about the effect of stimulants in general terms. You recall that?
Yes.
You're not in a position to make any comments about Mr. Yax's behavior at the time of his arrest. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You haven't reviewed any body cam or dash cam?
I did not know. I just have the report.
Okay. And as to the lower and upper limit, my understanding from what you said on direct is your agency gears that towards the per se limits contained in the statute. Is that correct?
We gear it towards what we have found to determine to be toxicologically significant, and within that range, the per se levels are included.
Okay. And so when you say it's greater than 2,000 nanograms, Is there a range that it could be under, or is it definitely over, based on your testing methodology?
So we have, our validated methods have gone through rigorous testing to show that they are reproducible and that they meet the criteria to be reported. Within our runs that we do, our batches day to day, we have calibration curves, which are known levels, as well as controls. Those controls have to meet a designated reporting criteria, or else the batch does not pass. In this case, all the controls were met, so the samples meet that reporting criteria, and these values were determined to be exceeding that curve.
Okay, but is there a range that number could fall in? That's what I mean. I understand what you're saying. I'm not disputing that. But can the actual sample be a little bit less than 2,000, or a little bit, well, obviously it's more than 2,000 was your finding, nanograms?
So I think what you're asking is if it's close to that, could there be some variability? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
So there could be some variability in our sampling and in our testing and our values. So we have what we refer to as measurements of uncertainty. And that's a statistical way for us to calculate and determine the variability that could be in our testing strategy. So it is possible if you were very close to a limit, like let's say it was 2010, that you could get a value that would be under 2,000 the next time you tested it. However, with our testing, we have shown that we have a fairly small window that we would expect to see that variability in. So this sample, I can say, was tested twice because it was not done, the initial screening was not done in-house, so it was tested twice, and the values did corroborate with each other in that for both samples, when they were tested independently, were all over 2,000 for all 4 analytes.
Okay, but you mentioned a window. That's what I'm after. What's the lowest possible it could be based on your results?
I would have to, or you mean what is the lowest for the measurement uncertainty?
Yes.
So we normally include measurement uncertainty in our reports when we provide a concentration, but because this exceeded the curve range, I don't have those values with me. They don't generate on the report, and I don't know it off the top of my head. They typically, for other drugs, would range anywhere from, I think, as low as 8% to as high as maybe 20-21%.
Okay, we're less interested, as you can imagine, in other drugs. My focus is on the 4 drugs that are listed in your report. Amphetamine, benzopsilagrenine, cocaine, and methamphetamine. What would be the range for those?
I would have to be able to go back and review what the measurement uncertainty for those would be, and it's just, we do not include them on our reports because the high end of our curve and range exceed being within a range that would be close to a per se statute. So for example, the amphetamine and methamphetamine have a per se statute of 500, and our curve goes up to 2,000. So when it exceeds that, that would be almost a 75% drop from 2,000 to 500, and our rates are not at that. I cannot speak to what they are off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and review the stuff for it, but our policy is that when it exceeds a calibration curve range, we do not add the uncertainty to the report, so I can't comment on what it would be.
Okay. Do you recall how large or how many milliliters of the sample was used?
There was digital photography taken of or do you mean for my testing?
Yeah, for your testing.
Sorry. For my testing, we used 100 microliters for our tests, and so that was done in duplicate. There were 2 samples, so we consumed a total of 200 microliters.
And then, what did you do with the remaining sample?
So the way that we work in our lab is that our samples are maintained in a refrigerator in the toxicology section, which is a secure key card access only area. When I perform the analysis, I go and I scan that sample to myself in our internal chain. I take a portion of it that I will use for the extraction, and then I place it and transfer it back to the refrigerator. So So the remainder of the sample would be in refrigeration storage. I would have to check the internal chain to see exactly where it is now, whether it's in storage or it was sent back to the agency.
One moment, Your Honor. This is where I wanted to leave off this guy. We got out that he's not certain about the measurement uncertainty, but you have high levels, but I'd like to leave it there. Anything else you want me to ask him? Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Simons.
Thank you, Mr. Simons. All right, any further witnesses?
No, no further witnesses, Your Honor. Subject to the discussion of the exhibits the state will address.
All right, with regard to the exhibits, go ahead.
We have the cocaine, State's Exhibit 1. And State's Exhibit 1A is actually the cocaine packaging. It's my list reflected correctly. I would move to admit those. They have been identified as the substance taken from the defendant on the date in question. 1B is the lab report of Mr. Kubik, verifying that that is cocaine. Exhibit 2 is the dash cam of Officer Sluga. 2A is the body cam of Officer Sluga. Exhibit 3 is the Lake County Crime Lab report of the urine, that the preliminary testing that Mr. Meter conducted. And Exhibit 4 is the report of Mr. Simons.
Mr. Fatika.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, well, I'm not going to admit 3 or 4 because there was expert testimony and that was simply duplicative. So 1A, 1A, and I'm sorry, 1B was Kubek's report?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to let that one in either. So 1A, 1A, and 2 and 2A are admitted. All right?
May I take a moment to talk to the defendant
Yeah.
while you're doing that?
Yeah. Mr. Fatika?
Your Honor, the defense will rest as well.
All right. Mr. Yax, you understand you have a right to testify in this trial if you want to?
I do.
You also understand you have the constitutional right to not testify if you do not want to?
Yes.
All right. And if you decide not to testify, then it does not get considered for any purpose. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Is it your decision then, and with your counsel's advice to not testify in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's just take about 5 minutes and we'll come back, okay?
Your Honor, the state has proved with respect to count one that on April 18, 2025, Jeremy Yox possessed cocaine, a Schedule II substance, while in the city of Kirtland, Lake County, Ohio. You've heard the testimony of the officer, you've seen the cocaine, you've seen it come out of his pocket on the body cam. You saw his reaction when he realized it was discovered. He knew he had cocaine. With respect to count two, the defendant was operating a vehicle while under the influence of alcohol, a drug of abuse, or a combination of them. It was a drug of abuse, drugs of abuse, CNS stimulants, methamphetamine, amphetamine, cocaine. You heard the testimony of the way he appeared. You saw how he appeared. You saw that the indicators that his actions, his speech, his involuntary sweating, tremors, and you heard how that driving under the influence of a stimulant affects the ability to perceive accurately and to react appropriately, which is why it is illegal to operate a vehicle while under the influence of drugs of abuse. Thank you.
Speak up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I said in opening, we're dealing here with a pretextual stop. I think you could see from the dash cam footage, none of Mr. Yox's driving conduct was unusual. Maintained his lane, maintained his proper speed. Officer Shalugi admitted that Mr. Yox was cooperative. He did pull over. He was compliant. Got out of the car. Didn't give them a hard time getting into the cruiser. He answered their questions. Submitted a urine screen. We'd ask you to consider all those factors. And then as to the last witness, Mr. Simons, he talked about measurement uncertainty. And in this case, he couldn't quantify that. He indicated that it was above the range according to his testing, but he couldn't quantify the measurement uncertainty in this case.
Didn't he indicate that the outside limit of that is like 20%?
Yeah, in general, but as to this specific test, I think he said he couldn't recall or didn't have it in front of him. We'd ask you to consider that as reasonable doubt in the case. But again, it's been a very relatively short case. We appreciate the court's attention.
Just to say that there is a difference. The statute prohibits operating a vehicle while under the influence. It's not the same as what Mr. Fatika argues is demonstrating impaired driving. We concede that there is not impaired driving that's visible on that. But the way Mr. Yox was physically unable to safely operate a motor vehicle. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to review some of the footage. I'd ask you to be back at 1 o'clock. broke. And I've reviewed my notes from this morning's testimony as well as last Wednesday from Tyler Meter. And based on the testimony and the evidence submitted, I'm going to find the defendant guilty of count 1 OVI, or I'm sorry, count 1 possession of cocaine, a felony 5, and count 2 OVI, misdemeanor 1. Refer this for a pre-sentence report. The sentencing will be October 29 at 9:30 a.m. and the bond is continued. Anything else, Ms. Mulligan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fatika?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.